Hare Krishna. Waiting for our second half here. Too many cartels somewhere? Mhm. Were you here this morning? I didn't think so. This is a continuation, so but you can still pick up where we left off. It's verse by verse on text. I'm getting you a replacement. Hope you don't mind. This is section for lesson 2, verse 2 of Sri Ishipad. Yeah, not Sri. But next time we nectar instructions. I'm seeing I have a desire. Let's see. Hare Krishna. Well, welcome, everyone. People are still loading in, so we can begin. Um, Siddhartha, you want to play the mridanga?
I know, but
Huh?
I want to go.
You want to watch? Okay, I'm waiting for the little guy. Mukunda, where is he?
He's coming.
He's just now coming. I know I heard of that statement before. It's very reassuring, but not believable. Remember, in Indian culture, you never say no. But you always give an excuse to make it seem like it's yes, which means no. I learned that one. Where is he? He's coming. When? Well, believe me, he's coming. Is he on his way? Huh? Okay. Is he here inside yet?
Not yet.
He's good, but I wanted to give Mukunda a chance to play. Well, looks like I'm stuck with you. Okay. So we'll do the Hare Krishna mantra instead of Jai Radha. Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. No. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dan, 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 Dan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody dance. Yeah, I can dance. Hey. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hey. Hey. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Gauranga. Hey. Hey. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey. Oh. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Just a warm up for tonight. Hare Krishna. Thank you all for coming. So this morning, we spoke on the first verse of Nectar of Instructions. And we mentioned that each of the verses, or the series of verses, corresponds with a certain level of practice of devotional service. This second verse is really fundamental to the whole process of devotional service. Verse number 2 and verse number 3 are pretty much everything you need to know in terms of what to avoid and what to accept. The process of bhakti, Omagyantamirandasya Gyanajana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Staptitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadammayam Dadati Swam Dadantikam Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Kristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sunyava Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama. I'll read the first verse again and just say a few words. This nectar of instructions, for those of you who weren't here this morning, is more like a summary study of the entire philosophy, the higher practice of Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti is a science, it's a science of awakening our natural love for Krishna. Nitya Siddha, Krishna Prema, Saruka Vunoi, Shravanari Siddhi Chitte, Kodiye Udoi. In the hearts of all living entities, pure love for God exists. That is our nature. To love God is natural. But living in the material world means that natural tendency of our existence is covered by another energy, which is the third energy, material energy. And due to that covering, we actually forget who we are and what is our actual purpose in life. And Bhakti is that science, both in the practical sense of activities and in the spiritual sense of devotion, which awakens our actually identity of who we actually are and how we can achieve ultimate happiness and ultimately go back to the spiritual world. So Nectar of Instructions is a series of 11 verses, which somewhat condenses the whole process into 11 verses, which is really quite amazing. And the first verse was that the living entity has certain vagams. Vagams means urges. And these things are mentioned. I'll read the verse. It says, a sober person, sober means one who's not disturbed by happiness and distress. That's the word sober. Doesn't mean a guy that doesn't drink. means a guy that's not disturbed by happiness and distress. A person who is equipoise in both, that's called sobriety. Another name for that is dhira. A sober person who can tolerate the urge to speak, the mind's demands, the actions of anger, and the urges of the tongue, belly, and genitals is qualified to make disciples all over the world. So that verse we discussed in detail this morning in Bhagavatam. So now we'll go on to the second verse, which is very much connected to the first verse. The second verse is up there now?
Yes.
If you want it, we can do it together. Atyahar prayasanscha vajabhavniyamagrana Yana samvetsyalayamcha sabir bhakti vinasati. Translation: one's devotional service is spoiled when he becomes too entangled in the following 6 activities: eating more than necessary or collecting more funds than required. 2, over endeavor for mundane things that are very difficult to obtain. 3, talking unnecessarily about mundane subject matters. 4, practicing the scriptural rules and regulations only for the sake of following. That means not knowing why you're doing it. And not for the sake of spiritual advancement, or rejecting the rules and regulations of the scriptures and working independently or whimsically, associating with worldly-minded persons who are not interested in Krishna consciousness, and being greedy for mundane achievements. So these 6 things, overeating, over collecting, over endeavor, useless talk, practicing the process without knowing why you're doing it, or not practicing it and doing your own way, association with those who are against, who are not interested in Krishna consciousness, and looking for mundane achievements as some success. Okay, Srila Prabhupada's purport begins, human life is meant for plain living and high thinking. We talked about that when I was here last year. Since the conditioned living beings are under the control of the Lord's third energy, this material world is designed that one is obliged to work. We have to work for whatever we need to live in this world. That's a must. The Supreme Lord has three energy. They're called Antaranga Shakti, Tadastha Shakti, and Bahiranga Shakti. Antaranga Shakti is the pure spiritual energy by which Krishna maintains the spiritual world and infuses the material world with activity. Bahiranga Shakti is the material world. Material world is an energy that has no activity of itself. It can't work unless it's touched by the Antaranga Shakti. It's like if you have a machine, you might say, oh, that machine can do so many things, but still it has an operator. Even if you can't see the operator, still there is someone who initiated the activities of the machine, created the machine. So therefore, the living force is necessary to activate this material energy. And Krishna says, Bhumir apanalobayu, kamana bhuri evacha, ahankar iti mume, bina priti astada. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego, he calls them his separated energy or material energy. And these are jada. Jada means dead. They don't work unless they're touched with the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy combines these things in different ways, and we have houses, we have buildings, we have cars, we have computers. All of these are combinations of these energies formulated by the spiritual energy, which is the living entity. And then you have what is called the third energy, and that's us. It's called Tatastha Shakti. We are Tatastha. We are spiritual, but we're in the material energy. We're surrounded by the material energy. We have a body, and the body is made up of material elements, but we are spiritual. We are the soul within the body. So therefore, Tatastha means marginal. It means you can go either way. You can go towards the spiritual or you can go towards the material. Generally, because we're surrounded by the material energy, we're connected to the material energy, we can see the material energy. We think that is the reality, but actually it's simply a combination of these elements that make up whatever you see in this world. And therefore they can't satisfy the living entity because we are spiritual. We can't be satisfied with something that is opposite our nature, although we try to. That's why nobody's happy. Everyone is trying to find happiness in a place where it's not. There's a story where one man, he's looking on the ground, he's looking. His friend comes along, says, my dear sir, what are you looking for? Oh, I lost some money here. Oh, can I help you? Yes. So they're both looking. After some time, his friend says to him, are you sure you lost it here? He said, no, I lost it over there, but there's more light here. This is material life. We can see it, there's nothing there, but it looks good. With spiritual, you can't see, it's subtle, it's gupta, it's hidden, but it is the energy which is of the same quality as we are, the spiritual energy. Okay, so Prabhupada begins by emphasizing the importance of more of a simple type. So the first deviation or the first principle that destroys one's bhakti is called atyahara. And Prabhupada said human life is meant for plain living, high thinking. So the point that Prabhupada is making, and he explains it in detail, is that we have needs in this material world. We need food, we need clothing, we need shelter, and obviously we need relationships. Of course, that's more on a spiritual level. So these needs, one has to work for these things or make some endeavor to get them. But these things are provided by nature automatically. So modern civilization creates an artificial lifestyle where people work hard for things they don't need, beyond what they're, and therefore this is called atyahara. Atyahara means overeating and over collecting. Over collecting, you're having more things than you actually need. Just to give a little observation of how the world is situated. If you go back about 150 years, you'll find that there was, in terms of a statistic, that 95% of the things on the common market were considered to be necessities. Things you do. We need medicine, obviously. We need education. Yeah, obviously a home, someplace to live. All of these things are there. And 5%, according to that statistic, was extra. They're called luxuries. Now, if you do the same calculation, the numbers are reversed. Most of the things on the market are luxuries. You got one watch, you want a different one. You got one car, you need another one. You got one computer, you got to have the latest one. So much is so many things to razzle dazzle the mind, and thinking that these are nice and life without them is miserable. And so this idea of over collecting, and it also connects to overeating too. As you over collect, the tendency is to eat too much. It all fits in. It's more like synonymous with the way we think. So these things are there. And so Prabhupada mentions in some purports in the Srimad Bhagavatam, verse number 40, in the 8th chapter, the first canto, that human society flourishes by natural products, not by industrial enterprises, which are a product of a godless civilization. So people are buying into it as much as they can. And therefore, they're spending a lot of time, energy, resources, not only to use these, but to maintain them. To maintain them is just as much time and energy as to acquire them. In fact, I would think there would be more time and energy. So this atyahara is a very big principle in today's society. More is better, right? And the idea is that you're not happy until you get this or that, or have this, or go here. More and more and more. Janasa moham hamameti, I and mine. So it continues to spiral. Whereas Krishna has provided everything through nature. Everything one needs to live is automatically provided by God through the material energy. And if we learn how to live like that and use those products, we find even then we have more than we need to live happily. And what atyahara does, it causes one to become less active in spiritual life, because the necessities, or the so-called necessities of material energy, are so, not necessities, but items of material energy are constantly being thrown upon us as a way to live. And we can see, simply by a little bit of observation, nobody's happy. They're working hard, and therefore but they have no time. Even people in the material world who don't practice devotional service don't have time many times for relationships. There was one gentleman, and he had a farm, big place, with animals, and he hired two devotees to work the farm while he was in the city in his office making his money in his very high-class office. And so he was paying them to maintain his place. At the same time, he gave them a place to live on the land. So they were enjoying a nice, simple lifestyle, and he was working hard, never benefiting from the land. He would come twice a year just to see how things were going. So you might say, what is the use of having such thing without even using? Because people are addicted to this idea of more. Because more is a principle of unsatisfaction. When you're satisfied, you don't really look for more and more and more, because that satisfaction is all you need. And satisfaction comes by spiritual life. As we awaken our connection with Krishna through bhakti, we can live in any situation. Even we can live in opulence, or we can live in a simple, either way, because we're satisfied. We don't hanker for more. We simply find that whatever God provides, we're happy with. We have the basics, enough to take care of the needs of the household and society and children, but we don't struggle simply to get more and more and more. So this atyahara, and it says here that everyone requires possessions such as food, grains, clothing, money. We mentioned that. We have to maintain our bodies, but we should do that in such a way that we have lots of time left to engage in self-realization. That's the point. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada's vision for reducing this atyahara and coming back to a more natural lifestyle is farm community, simple living, agriculture, back to the land, which is something that he saw at the very beginning when he first came. He saw how Western civilization was just pouring so much time, energy, and resources in things that were not necessary, right? I was just in one temple yesterday, the day before, and nobody was cleaning the temple, but there was this little machine that was running back and forth across the floor. So you might think, wow, that's good. The machine does it, we don't have to do it. That means you become lazy. And the machine has to get new batteries, and sometimes it doesn't work, it stops in the middle of the floor. And so the more one engages in bringing more things, solutions to the basic needs of life, the more complication life gets. Seems like we're making things easier, but we're making things more complicated. There's a story. Should I tell you the story? You might not like it, but I'll tell it anyway. There was one yogi who's sitting on the banks of the river, and he's doing his meditation, and he only has two things in his possession. He has two pairs of kopans, that's all, underwear. And so he wears one, washes the other, and hangs it out. But there was this mouse who was coming and chewing on his kopans. So he's thinking, this is not good. I need my, kopans. So he's thinking, what can I do? So he got a cat to keep away the mouse. So the cat's keeping away the mouse, and his kopans are fine, but then they count, meow, he needs something to eat. So he has to feed the cat. So it becomes a problem. Then after a while he thinks, well, the best way to feed the cat is to give him milk, and therefore I need a cow. So he gets a cow to feed the cat, so the cat can keep away the mouse, and so he gets the kopans, will be fine. So then The cow is there, but then he has to think, wow, I have to have somebody to maintain the cow. So I'll get a wife. So he gets a wife to maintain the cow, so the cow can give milk to the cat, so the cat can keep the mouse away from his cobras. So after some times, the wife says, I can't live like this. I need a house. So he's thinking, now I have to make some money. So he gives up his meditation, goes to work so he can get his wife a house. So she can take care of the cow, and the cow can give the cat milk, and the milk can on down the line like this. So pretty soon he has no time for anything. He's thinking, better to have one pair of copings. So he just gives up the whole thing. So one thing leads to another, not to another. And obviously there are necessities, but when we go beyond the necessities and too much into the realm of trying to enjoy the activities or the things of material energy, we fall into this thing of over collecting and overeating. So that's the first of the, what we say, faults that one can fall into in the execution of devotional service. Too much endeavor for the basic things in life. No time for Krishna consciousness. The second one is connected to the first. It's called prayasa. Collecting or eating more than necessary also causes unnecessary endeavor. Yeah, we covered that. Over collecting requires over endeavor. And lauya, which is the sixth item, means hankering for too many things. Greed comes in, and then we want to collect more and more. The pizza is on the table, and we want to eat the whole thing. Much of this is explained as over-hankering, over-endeavoring, and over-collecting. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur says you have to make some prayasa, some endeavor to get something. Like if you want to get a house, obviously you need to make some efforts to get the requirements in order to obtain a house. But that's not falling in. And then if you, by taking that principle and applying to everything, we fall into this excess. By God's arrangement, any part of the world we can live peacefully if we have some land and a cow. Now, we tell people, if people are advised not to collect too many goods, eat too much, or work unnecessary to possess artificial amenities, they think they're being advised to return to a primitive way of life. Generally, people don't like to accept plain living and high thinking. This is their unfortunate situation. By God's arrangement, everything is there in abundance. It's there in nature. Even doctors are not even required. All you have to do is learn how to use the herbs that God has provided through nature and extract the medicine. Of course, someone should learn that science, and then that can be used for the community. So we pay a lot of money in order to get doctor's care, when we can learn the art of using herbs, and most of the diseases can be prevented and also cured by herbs. There is one devotee in where is he? He's in New Taliban in Mississippi. He's created a herb business. It's called Blue Boy Herbs. Interesting name. He's also got one called Blue Boy Herbs and Cowgirl Herbs, yeah, Cowgirl. That means the gopis. So he has started a business, and he's also supplying his medicines to the common people around the community. But everything is there. he was showing me as we were walking through the forest. This plant is for this. This is for this. This can cure this. This can prevent this. I didn't know anything. I was just astonished to see what he could know just by looking at the different plants, the trees, the creepers, the grass, and so many things we don't even know. Just like I could spend probably practically half a day just telling you about some of the food items that cure different diseases. You learn to eat right, you will prevent at least 50% or more of the sicknesses in the world, maybe even more. Food, medicine also comes in the form of food. Okay, so this is the second one called prayasa. That means excess endeavor for things that we don't need. And Prabhupada and the Acharyas and Goswami is explaining, all occupational engagements are certainly meant for liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service, which means devotional service, should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. So this speaks of Artha, Dhamma, Kama, and Moksha. Srimad Bhagavatam, in Sri Ishupanishad say, Isha Vasham Midam Sarvam, Yatkincha Jaganja Jagat Tena Jaktena Bundi Jaha Magridaha Krisaswiddanam. Everything in creation is animate and inanimate, is owned and controlled by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and one should live according to their quota. Who's doing that nowadays? And the earth is suffering tremendously because everything is being exploited for economic gain and not for any aesthetic, moral, or spiritual values. The goal is money or gaining things on the material level. And therefore, the earth is going through some turmoil. That's why there's so many difficulties, such as inclement weather, shortages. All of these are due to the earth withholding or being exploited by the conditioned living entities. And this is all to this thing called greed. Greed, lauyam, greed more and more and more, which is not necessary. One can live very nicely without all of these things. If we learn the science of Krishna consciousness, you can't do it unless you're practicing bhakti. Because what sustains the living entity is their relationship with Krishna. That gives satisfaction, that gives happiness, gives higher consciousness. Therefore, Prabhupada used to say, plain living, high thinking, not high living, no thinking. Too busy living to think. Yeah, you try to talk to people, they don't have time because they're always still busy doing this or doing whatever they do. So this is, unfortunately, we live in a very, what we say, anomalous society where everything is upside down. So there are many verses that so much support this whole idea. Unfortunately, people accept religion for material prosperity. Now, here's another part of prayasa. I want to become engaged in some spiritual life because God will give me whatever I need for living in this world. This is not actually religion, although God is the center. Simply, this is more like business. The prayer is the currency, and what Krishna gives you is the commodity. We pray for material things. Or I remember we were in London, and I was talking to some people, and one lady, she came to the temple, And she was standing in front of the deities, obviously praying very hard. Later on, we found out she was praying for her son to get 10 A's in university. He had 10 subjects. So the boy, at the end of the semester, he got 9 A's. The lady came back and she said to God, I prayed for 10, you only gave 9. What happened? Check my prayer record and you'll see what I prayed for. So this goes on in the name of religion. But God is not our order supplier. God is the one who gives the orders. And therefore, Prabhupada used to say, there's some religions that say, my dear Lord, give us our daily bread. And we say in Vaishnava culture, my dear Lord, what would you like to eat? So we want to give something to Krishna in terms of serving Krishna. We don't have to ask anything from God. God knows exactly what you need and how to give it to you in such a way that you'll never find lack in your life because God takes care of those who surrender to him. He says, as you surrender to me, I reward you accordingly. I take care of you. Devotees, God is more anxious to take care of his devotees than the devotees are to get protection from God because they know they have full faith in God and God is always there. God will give them and protect them and anything. Sometimes he doesn't give us what we like when we ask for it because we may not need it, or he makes you wait for it just to see if you're worthy to get it. There's different ways he works, but ultimately, if we simply try to put the needs of our activities, in other words, we try to simply serve God, everything will be provided naturally and without even asking. That's the Lord. He's very merciful. He likes to serve his devotees more than his devotees actually like to serve him. He's very kind and he's also very loving. But at the same time, he's not a fool. If we ask for material things, sometimes he gives them. But many times he may withhold them because he knows this is not beneficial for you. Or even if it is, it'll take you away from your devotion to him. So therefore, he doesn't want us to get away from him by giving us too many things and think that he is simply the ultimate principle of Santa Claus. So therefore, we should ask the Lord, how can I serve you? Rather than saying, well, I need this, I need that. You may also have these needs, but don't ask for them. Just engage in devotional service and everything will come automatically. But that's not the reason why we engage in devotional service. The reason we engage in devotional service is it awakens our love for Krishna. It gives us transcendental knowledge. It's unlimitedly joyful, and it frees us from all material suffering. That's the product. These are simply byproducts of devotional service. The ultimate gain in devotional service is you get Krishna. Krishna is available to those who seriously and sincerely serve him in devotion. And these are the things here, this prayas and atyahara, and the things that divert our attention away from our real goal of life is bhakti. Bhakti mama vijananti yasyat. He says, only by bhakti can you know me. Only by bhakti can you become perfect in your relationship with me. Okay, so these are any questions about these first two before I go on to the third one? Atyahara, Prayasa. Yeah, there's one in the back there. Okay.
Maharaj, how one can understand the Ishnavasta principle? My basic question is that how we can understand our quota And what is the difference between greed and yukta vairagya?
That's a good question. I think the question is to know thyself. It comes by way of experience, it comes by way of living. You can start, if you're honestly and sincerely trying to come to that stage of understanding, Krishna will guide you. And you'll also see what is taking up your time you don't need. I mean, it's not wrong to have a few extra things in life that are not necessities. But when we make these extra things the main thing, then that takes us away. So yukta vairagya can be misused. That, yeah, like I remember we used to go out on Sankirtan. And so we would go to the supermarket and buy things. And then we would have to offer it. So the devotees would sit in their van and offer everything in the supermarket. That way, when we bought it, it was already prasadam. But so that's a false idea of yukta vairagya. Yukta means that which can be used in the service of the Lord. And vairagya, this means that we renounce the desire to enjoy it, but to offer it in service. So there's certain things that cannot be offered, such as activities that are contrary to bhakti. But everything that's in line with bhakti, which means Bhakti Vinod Thakur says, Manaso, Deho, Geho, Yo Kichu More, Arpi Lun tu Alpade, Nandakishore. He says, my home, my wife, my possessions, my very body, everything, it's yours. It belongs to you. Therefore, he's in the mood of using all of these things for the service of the Lord. So that's the science. It's not so, well, it doesn't come simply by doing it. You have to know how to engage things in the service of the Lord. But that's a practical science that's learned usually by the spiritual master, because each person may be slightly different in how they run their life. So the spiritual master will see what is beneficial for this person and how to engage that person in spiritual activities. Comes by the spiritual master's evaluation, or it comes by the evaluation of usually the temple authorities, like that. Or we can also learn it from others who are engaged in that. So yeah, there is a misuse of yukta vairagya. It becomes just yukta. There's no vairagya. Was that okay?
Yes, thank you. And how we can understand our quota? What is my quota?
What is the quota? Well, we actually understand, actually, one person's quota may also be different from another's. A quota of a king and a quota of a person who is, just a shopkeeper, obviously is different because of the occupation and the responsibilities they have. So one has to see, according to one's position, what is needed. And I mean, if you do go over your quota, it's not a transgression, but one should not continually just take on more and more things and think it's yukta. You have to see what's necessary. We need food, we need clothing, we need shelter, we need medicine, we need education. All of these things are required. But then again, do we need, the latest in all of these categories? We have a watch, do we have to have a Rolex? Or the watch that talks to you and tells you the time without even you asking? They're coming up to that already. Yeah, everything is now so unbelievably ridiculous. I mean, you don't even have to get out of bed now. You look up on the ceiling and you can see your clock like that, and you can shut it off and turn it out without even getting it. So what is the value of such things? People have become sick physically because they replace machines with people. They replace people with machines. And people don't work anymore. Everything is done by machines. And computers and all of these technologies has relegated people to so many different kinds of ailments. The healthiest people who are out there working in nature, spending time in the outdoors, not inside the house. Jai, Sisi, Radha Gopi Baba, Ki Jai. So yeah, we're trading all of our aesthetic, moral, spiritual principles for some kind of material conveniences. So you can see, you have to judge. If you're not sure, you can also ask. I mean, it's not like I can give you a particular statement and you'll have that understanding. Everyone is different, and there is some understanding based on your experiences in life. And if you're honest, you'll cut away things, and then you'll also take on things. But if you're not honest, that means you're not sincerely trying, then you may cheat and take on more than you actually need. We get infatuated by Western technology, which is just another form of exploiting people for economic gain. That's all it is. There was one man. He went away to one yogi. He was away for 18 years. He came back to his village. He said, "Now watch me." And he could walk across the top of the water without falling in. Everyone, wow, wow, he learned that. Everybody was really infatuated, except one man. He said, I just put 2 pice. I asked the guy in the rowboat to take me across. What's the big deal? So we waste time with all of this stuff, which is the basic needs are available through nature, through God's arrangement. Learn by experience. Anything else? Yes.
Maharaj, thank you so much for emphasizing on this point about simple living and high thinking. I just want a quick clarity. You mentioned about you shouldn't ask anything to Krishna. He's all merciful. I just had one clarity. To gain that mercy, one has to gain the mood of a beggar, and one has to beg for that mercy. So, for example, if we see an example about Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami before they became Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, there are beautiful prayers they offer about their lowest position to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and then ask how they are qualified for that mercy. So when we say we shouldn't ask, but the other thing is I can't get the mercy until I beg.
Yeah, Prabhupada said first desire, then first deserve, then desire. But you can always pray for things that will benefit your spiritual life. In other words, whatever is necessary for you to make progress in spiritual life, you can formulate that in a form of a request to the Lord. Please make me more tolerant. Please give me more time so I can serve you. Please give me the intelligence by which I can do my service nicely. So all these prayers are what we say acceptable. So, yeah, But the more sincere we are in the prayer, the more the Lord will respond. If he sees you have an ulterior motive in your prayer, in other words, I want to gain some nice position in Krishna consciousness so I can control the financial department. In other words, if there's some personal motivation behind you wanting some gain in spiritual life, then that's mixed. That's not bhakti. That's called karma mishra bhakti. Mixed. So bhakti means to, when you pray, you're asking for something that will help you to come closer to Krishna. Like that. Siddhartha, yes.
I have a small question, Maharaj, about, I guess, dependence, because I can relate to this, and for sure some other people can. That need for independence and wanting to make your own decisions, and like it's like a huge, I guess, like phenomenon thing.
It's
But-
normal for young people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can relate to it because I'm going to be going to college soon, and I'm like happy for that independence, but
It's a false sense of independence.
yes. But I have a question about how we can gain more, I guess, be more dependent on Krishna in ways and get rid of that like false sense of independence that like we.
When you know everything depends on the mercy of the Lord, he's behind everything. He's within every atom, he's behind every activity. You know, what does he say? There's a verse in the first canto. Vasudeva Katam Makam. Who knows that verse? Vasudeva Tam Jnanam Vasudeva Tam. In other words, behind every activity, everything has two causes: the remote cause and the initial cause. The initial cause is what we see, but behind everything is the remote cause. So unless Krishna allows whatever you want to happen, it won't happen. He does it for the materialists and for those who engage in material activity through the external energy. That's called Maya Shakti. Maya Shakti is there to serve those who want something in the material world. And she provides according to that desire. And then, but there is the element that behind Maya Shakti is also Krishna. Maya is simply a reflection. She's called Chaya, shadow. What is that verse? Srishti Sisti Palaya Sadhyeva Chayeva Vivati Buddha. Etchana Rupa Yasya Apaseshate Sa Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Chami. Maya is simply the reflection of Krishna working in the material world to fulfill the desires of the living entity for material happiness and success. But then for a devotee, Krishna works directly. There's no one in between. His energy, he works completely. So if you take shelter of Krishna, he'll take care of you and also guide you. But taking shelter doesn't mean to ask for something material. It's asking, how can I use my activities in my material life, university, in a way that I can serve you with these activities? And that's the art of bhakti. It's called Gona Bhakti. Gona means those activities which are parallel to direct pure bhakti, but at the same time, they are connected with our relationship with Krishna. Just like we have material needs and responsibilities, and we connect them to Krishna, offer the results. Krishna says, Yat karosi, yaranasi, yat dadosi, dadasi yat, yat tabasi dakunti, yat tat kurushana mararpanam. All that you do, all that you eat, all that you offer and give away, as well as all activities you may perform, do it as an offering to me. learning the art of offering everything as a service to Krishna is bhakti. In other words, I have some occupation or I have some education. I want to, I want to advance in this education so I can serve you nicely. I'm your devotee. So you can offer whatever you do. That's something in the mind. It can also be done practically too. Your words, your intelligence, your resources also can be offered to Krishna. So it takes some time to learn the science. It takes practice. But once you do, and you'll never feel separated. You're always connected with the source. Right, any other questions? I'm going to go on to one more element of this verse. This has 6 anomalies. That was 2, and I'll talk about the third one now. This is called Prajalpa. Hare Krishna. Prajalpa simply means, as we go through the 6 things that make it difficult to accomplish, in text 1, we now come to the third impediment. Another impediment is prajalpa, unnecessary talking. When we mix with a few friends, we immediately begin unnecessary talking like croaking toads. Sometimes if you listen to people from a distance in the valley through a door, it sounds like gaggling of geese or croaking of frogs. That's just someone's comment, anyway. If we must talk, we should talk about Krishna conscious movement. It's curious that Prabhupada said Krishna conscious movement instead of Krishna book or something. Is the attitude that we get in the first sentence. And there are 6, or no, actually more, 8 ways that you can commit prajalpa. The kind of categories is unnecessary talking. Okay. Novels, newspapers, television. Hare Krishna. Arguments. Arguing. Devotional truth is revealed in the heart of the devotee, arises from envy, pride, aversion, or attachment to sex objects. Arguing. Devotees don't argue because they know the truth. They may speak something, but they don't get into arguments. That's another form of talk. Gossip, talking about others with reason or without reason. But there are certain types of talking about others that is acceptable. You can't not talk about others. You have to talk. When we talk, we always talk about something or somebody. So here's an example. Maitreya Muni spoke about King Vena and how bad he was as a king. But that was just to show what, in the position of a king, he was actually acting contrary to that. So there was a message there. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke very strongly against Chotar Haridas when he deviated from his sannyas. So talking about others, you can't stop it. But try to talk about others in a way that is not critical, but can be beneficial. Debate. Another form of idle talk arises from a desire for conquest. Fault finding, imposing one's own bad habits upon others. Usually when people are fault finding, their minds are disturbed. They have their own problems and they project those problems on you or about you, and they find fault. So the most miserable person to be with is a person who's always finding fault. No, this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Everybody's wrong. I'm wrong, you're, nothing's right. And it goes on and on like that. But this is just due to a disturbed mind. Lies, another motivated by personal ambition, try to get something for nothing. Sophistry is another form of lies. Sophistry is half truth, half lies. What's an example of sophistry? Hmm. Any examples? What's something that's half truth and half lies? Yeah, Krishna told Yudhisthira to tell who was it? Dronacharya, that Asvatthama is dead. And Asvatthama was the name of his son. But then there was another Asvatthama, which was an elephant that had been killed. So Krishna used that to dispirit Dronacharya so he could be defeated. Otherwise, he couldn't be defeated. So Krishna does that also. He says, I'm not going to fight, but he does. But it's not for a reason. He breaks his promise for a reason, which is higher than the promise itself. He always breaks his promise if his devotee is in need to serve his devotees. He will break his promise, even if it looks bad for him. So, sophistry. Blaspheming devotees. So what is blaspheming? Blasphemy means you have many good qualities, but I look for some fault, and then I make that your character description. You may have so many outstanding good qualities, but you look for some fault, and then just to put that person down, that becomes their character description. That's done in ways to defame and destroy people. They'll do that in political arenas. They'll do that. It was a statement by the what is it? What was it called? The Secret Service in Russia. What do they call it? KGB used to say, give me a man and I'll give you a fault. Give me a man and I'll give you a crime. So people can make up things in such a way that it seems like it's true. And that's a form of blasphemy or character destruction. Worldly talks. Now here's an interesting one. Prabhupada, Bhaktivinoda Thakur analyzes this section. He says, for grihastas, certain worldly talks are needed in order to carry on the household affairs. Can't deny that. But in general, worldly talks are considered to be one form of pajalva. The urge to speak can be, what we say, dovetailed, as it says in the first verse when we were talking earlier today, to glorify the Lord. Satam prasangam mama virya samvido bhavanti ritkarna rasayana kata. That to glorify the Lord for those who hear in the association of devotees, nectar. Nectar for the ears, nectar for the heart. It awakens one's bhakti and it makes one feel happy. So talking is there, but a lot of times it's not necessary. Just like I was mentioning this morning, somebody's in the room and you walk in the room, it's just the two of you. You gotta say something. Otherwise it feels like there's an awkward silence, you know. So it's just, you might say, well, that's just etiquette. Not necessarily. Srila Prabhupada could speak for hours, and then sometimes he wouldn't speak at all. because he used his speech only for what it was beneficial. And if it wasn't beneficial, he would remain quiet for whatever reason. So yeah, learning how to use speech for the glorification of the Lord or for pushing on what is necessary in life, such as one's material requirements and how to execute bhakti. We talk about that. So there are many verses mentioned in these shastras that illustrate that. There's a whole list of verses. I could read a few of them just to get a little deeper insight into this whole thing. Using the okay, I didn't bring it with me. Anyway, there's so many verses that really caution us unnecessary talk. And it can cause disturbances in the mind. One's mind becomes unsettled. When mind's unsettled, one cannot think of Krishna, one cannot chant properly also. It's good to practice some silence just to slow down the energy of the mind. So you can practice meditation on Krishna's lotus feet or offer some beautiful prayers. These are also encouraged so the devotees can go deeper into their Krishna consciousness. Okay, any questions about the useless talks, different kinds of useless talks? We got one question? Oh, okay. Yes,
Correct, but my question is for the first paragraph of the purport.
okay.
Can I ask Maharaj? Maharaj, in the first paragraph, trying to understand the basic aspects. When we say Tatastha Sakti, which is marginal potency, generally we say we are either with Krishna or Maya, there is no in between. So as such, marginal potency doesn't have any typical characteristics. Then why do we generally say that this Tatastha Shakti?
Tatastha means the tendency to go either way. We are spiritual, therefore, but we're covered by material energy, and therefore that marginal aspect allows us to choose between the either one. But the character we have developed material characteristics, but the soul has pure spiritual characteristics. So these material characteristics, as explained by the acharyas, are simply coverings over the spiritual characteristics. So the material mind is a formulation over the spiritual mind, which is actually unreal. As you cut through the material energy, you destroy the material coverings, and then all you have is the pure spiritual energy left. So everything material is ephemeral. It just comes and goes according to the direction by which one is directing their consciousness in. But it's not even real. Prabhupada would say that we're dreaming. We're dreaming we're a man, we're dreaming we're a woman, we're dreaming we're an Indian, American, we're dreaming we're in Farmington Hills. We're dreaming about so many things. But really, we're with Krishna in the spiritual world, although this dreamlike state seems quite real. Seems very real, right?
Yes.
But as you go deeper into it, you'll see what is the reality. It's the subjective mental definitions we place upon it. As soon as we remove that, it changes. So something that is changing, in one sense, is not real. It says that for the eternal, there is no beginning and no end. For the temporary, it just begins and ends and keeps going through the same cycles. So waking consciousness is a long dream, And night dreams are a short dream of the same kind of existence and so on. So we're dreaming, here we are, Hare Krishna. But we're who we really are and and we can never be separated from Krishna. It's not possible. The separation is simply by consciousness. We can think separate. And that's thinking separate is not even real. But because we think separately, that's why it's called illusion. It's not real. We're always with Krishna. We can't be separated. We are eternally connected. But we can think that we're separate. And we're in a realm where separatism is the main function of the living entities here. It's called, what's they call a fool's paradise. So, but we can't never lose our connection with Krishna. We can only forget it. That's all. And forgetfulness is just something that is not real either, because the soul never forgets. It's just the mind forgets. And the mind is a conditioned element that we adopted by being in this world. And so you can change your mind, and that doesn't mean you change. So, yeah. So you're right. Spiritual has all qualities. Material has certain characteristics that look like qualities, but they're ephemeral. They keep transitioning from one thing to another. Nothing is permanent in this world. Everything keeps moving. We're born, we're a little baby, we grow, and then pretty soon we're an old person, and when we leave that body. Everything is always moving. Nothing stays still. But spirit is solid. Spirit never changes. I am an eternal servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That's our actual identity, and the activities we perform are also eternal. But we can live in the spirit, in the eternal, in the material world when we engage in devotional service. So we're supplanting that spiritual energy that comes by way of Krishna's mercy, which is his internal energy. That's called Bhakti Devi. It's personification by Srimati Radharani. She is the personification of spiritual energy. So you pray to Radharani, and Radharani will engage you in Krishna's service. Radharani's mercy manifests through the spiritual master. Spiritual master is a representation of either Lord Nityananda or Srimati Radharani, either one. Both are engaging us in devotional service, which is our eternal occupation. Material life, you might think it's necessary, but it's not eternal. It's something you do, that's all. So we should do our material activities in a detached way, and we should do our spiritual activities in an attached way. Any other comments, questions? You got another question? Nice and loud.
So, Maharaj, in the morning class, you said that non-devotees, if they are offering to Krishna, Krishna might accept, Krishna might not accept. So, but when we go and preach, like we say that please offer, instead of eating without offering, please offer to Krishna, and you will progress in your spiritual life. So I just wanted to know, Maharaj, is it
Well,
okay?
it's not going to Krishna, it's going to the spiritual master, who's the mercy manifestation of Krishna. So you're actually offering it to Guru. Guru is there to accept on behalf of Krishna, but he can offer it to Krishna. If he's pleased by your offering, he can offer it to Krishna. But ultimately, we were talking more specific about authorized persons who could cook for the Lord. The Lord says personally, I don't accept food from people for the non-devotees. He doesn't. Because their food is mixed with material desires. It's not about an offering. When you offer food, you think, I want to please Krishna, I want to give him something that he's happy with. And the non-devotee is thinking, well, yeah, I'll offer it to God, and then I'll take it and I'll enjoy it. Devotees may also mistakenly think like that, but because they're engaged in devotional service, still Krishna will accept their offering, provided they don't do it all the time. Make a habit out of it. Then Krishna says, hey, I'll send Vishnu. He's more hungrier than I am. Yeah. Vishnu deals with the material world. Krishna deals only on the spiritual world. That's why he's called the maintainer. The Brahma's the creator, Vishnu's the maintainer, and Shiva's the destroyer. So a lot of the activities that we offer to Krishna go to Vishnu because they're not pure spiritual activities. Still there's benefit. Yeah, should we stop? Oh, yes. You have a question?
Just to the follow to the Prabhuji's question, if we are asking someone to offer Bhoga to the Krishna and they are not following any devotional process, so but out of fascination, just they are seeing us, they are offering. So will not that be considered as prasada?
What's the last line you said?
If they are not following any devotional service, they are not doing it out of devotion,
Right.
but out of fascination, they are seeing us.
Out of fascination?
Yeah, they are liking the process that we are doing.
Oh, you can encourage them, but then just like when Prabhupada started a movement, he didn't tell everybody all the rules and regulations. He let them come in and practice to a certain level. And then as they start to practice, then you teach them more and more. We're doing that now. We have this thing called Krishna House. You heard of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're inviting people to come and live in an ashram type of an atmosphere. We're not giving them all at once. We don't tell them to follow 16 rounds. They can chant as many rounds as they want. But then gradually they learn through the association and getting familiar with the process. What is the actual standard? So you bring people in slowly with them. Some people can go faster, some can go slower. Most people want to go slow. Not that they want to go slow, it's just that they're not ready for accepting everything. That seems to be too much.
Actually, I wanted to ask a question that if they are not offering out of devotion, they are just following it mechanically, so will not that be considered as prasada?
Well, not exactly, but giving him a chance anyway. It's good, but I wouldn't eat it. Because, like I said this morning, I said 2 days ago, I had somebody cooks for me. He was bhakta somebody else. And all of a sudden I was chasing dogs in a dream, So strange dream. If you have strange dreams, you know the cook is not so good. Because we mentioned that this morning, how consciousness gets transferred through the process of cooking. That's why in our temples, Prabhupada set the standard, only those who are second initiated can cook for the deities. That was the standard he set. not just first initiative, second initiative. Mhm. Mhm.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavat, please accept my humble
Hare
respects.
Krishna.
Maharaj, I have one question related to householders' life. So, is it okay to pray to Krishna for material needs for our family members?
No, he'll provide, don't worry about it. No, you want to get in the habit of asking Krishna for material things. No, don't worry about it. You just make an endeavor to get them. That's all. Don't ask the Lord for those things. And if he provides, nice. If he doesn't, somehow life goes on. Don't worry about those. Yeah. It's not the way we approach the Lord. Approach him for devotion, not for something material. And when he's pleased by our devotion, he said, "Oh, my devotee needs this. He's such a nice person." Yeah, so he does that. Like sometimes ladies, they come to me, "Can't find a husband." I tell them, just gauge in devotional service, and then that guy will float from the heavenly planets down into your life, and pretty soon he's there. Where did he come from? Oh, wow. So I just tell them, all right, stop looking and just try to engage in devotional service. Don't ask Krishna, just try to serve Krishna, and then Krishna will say, "Oh, this lady, she needs to get a nice husband so she can get settled in her grihastha life and serve nicely." Krishna is very kind. He's extremely kind. But we shouldn't approach him in the wrong way. We leave it up to him. There's an old saying in the Christian tradition, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the Lord." So whatever he does, it's always good for his devotee. Sometimes he puts the devotee in very difficult situations just to bring the devotee close to him. Tatenu kampa shikshamikshamanam bhujaneva krital vivakam vidva bahubir viradhanamaste jiveti yo mukhi padesha dayabak. That sometimes the Lord gives the devotee some difficulties, some even calamities. But the devotee thinks, oh, ultimately this is for my benefit because Krishna's doing that to me simply to teach me a lesson, to make me more humble, to give me some more knowledge, to make me more dependent on him. The devotee never asks Krishna for anything because he knows whatever happens in their life, the Lord is arranging it for some reason, for the benefit of his devotee. My sister, she's a devotee. So we were together in New Vrindavan when we first started. So she was out on Sankirtan, and there were a whole bunch of devotees with her. They were all going together. So they went into this one mall, shopping mall, to do some Sankirtan in the mall. And so she was going in, she was one of the last persons. Then she heard a voice. And she said, the voice said, "Don't go in." So later she told me, I didn't go in and everybody got arrested except me. She said, Nrsingadev prevented me from going in. So that's special mercy. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it don't. But she was so connected with Nrsingadev that when Nrsingadev appeared to protect her, she was protected. So these are examples how the Lord works in the devotee's life. He comes through your intelligence. He tells you by a friend. He sometimes causes something to happen in your life to wake you up. Something. He's always there.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah. I think, yes, Mataji.
I just have a quick question. Is it all right to chant a few rounds for your family, like on behalf of your family?
Yeah. That's nice.
That's how it's
Yeah. We do that sometimes for a friend or family member, especially when someone is sick or in need. We can offer something. Yeah. Yeah. It's nice. Okay, should we stop here? Any more questions? So I only covered 3 of the 6 anomalies. The other 3 will continue with tonight's class, which starts at 5:30? 5 or 5:30? 5:30 to 7 is class, and then we'll have kirtan for the remainder of the evening for those of you who like to. Even if you don't like, come anyway. Kirtan is sweet, and it's always, we can talk philosophy all day, but if you do one kirtan, you get all the philosophy in one moment. It's all right there. So thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki Hare Krishna.
Candramouli Swami Maharaj ki.
Mataji, are they not airing it online?
that